welcome in live to the All-A Championship game here at the Joe Gilly Athletic Complex, Harlan High School baseball field. I'm Andrew Williams with Mark Lawson sitting next to me as the Jackson County Generals are rolling into town tonight to take on the Harlan Green Dragons. It's a beautiful day at the ballpark, Mark, and it's an awesome chance here to see two teams battle it out for the All-A Championship.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get to the All-A, the 2A, the 3A, all these different championship games. And I tell you what, they're going to be battling this wind out here today because it's really started picking up, kind of blowing in toward us. So you wonder if that's going to have an effect on the hitting here today.
Yeah, we just saw a pro umpire, Red Allred, lose his lineup card actually as the wind blew it back away from him. So we'll see if that keeps the ball in the shallow outfield and not letting things fly out here tonight as the Green Dragons are warming up on the field here, and we're getting ready to get this thing underway. Number one, Baylor Varner is going to be on the mound tonight for the Green Dragons. The senior, we saw him pitch several times last year, Mark, and then saw him pitch in the regional tournament.
Yeah, he's got an electric arm, man. He's a good pitcher. I mean, he comes by it honestly. Seems like his brother was a pretty good pitcher as well. So
absolutely.
Baseball players in general seems to run in the blood. So he does have a great arm. And I would say this is the guy you want on the mound in the championship game.
Absolutely. Both these teams come into this game tonight with a 3-1 record. The Green Dragons won their game last night 11-1 over Lincoln, and Jackson County comes into this game 3-1 as well. They won their game 11-1 last night against Middlesboro. So both teams having great starts to the season. They both lost the first game of the year and then are both on 3-game win streak. So we'll see which team kind of wins out here tonight in the battle of those 3-1 records.
Yeah, you kind of wonder, with both of them scoring 11 runs in that last game, is this going to be more of a pitcher's duel or is it going to turn into just an offensive battle?
I would think for the Green Dragons, looking, their offense hasn't really come alive this year except the one game. They had that 11-1 win. Other games, 3 runs, 4 runs. They did score 7 in the first game of the year against Knox, but they gave up 26. And then for Jackson County, they've had back-to-back games scoring in double digits, 19-2 over Pineville, and then 11-1 over Middlesboro as we get ready to get underway. First up to the bat here for Jackson County is going to be number 11, and that will be Michael Sparks.
Starting off with a lefty, leading off. The right fielder for Jackson County here today. I'm sorry, center fielder.
Baylor will step on the mound as we get ready here for the first pitch of the All-A Championship. First pitch, a little bit outside there for Baylor. We'll go 1-0.
Seems like that center fielding position leads off most of the time.
Second pitch, hit on the ground over to the shortstop. Eli Fire gets it, throws on to first, and they call him out. It was a bang-bang play right there at first base, but the throw beats the runner, and it's 1 out here in the top of the first inning.
That was a really good stretch down there by the first baseman for Harlan. Landon Myers really pulled that one back in.
Now it'll be Elijah Thomas that'll come up to bat for Jackson County, wearing number 13 tonight. 1 down, top of the first. First pitch in the way. Right in there, strike 1. Nice pitch by Baylor Varner. Comes the 0-1. It's hit in the air. It's going to be between center and right. Chris Rouse will get under it, and that is out number 2 quickly here. Green Dragons looking to go 1, 2, 3.
Good efficient work so far for Varner.
Yes.
What, 3 pitches?
Yep. 2 down. It'll be Ashton Clemens at the plate. First pitch hit in the air over to left field, and that's going to get down for a hit. And a single there for Clemens. He'll be safe at first. Next up will be Dylan Gay, the left fielder for Jackson County, number 6. On our scorecard, that has number 6 as being Hunter Thomas, but we're told that that is Dylan Gay.
Playing left field for the Generals.
Runner over on first. Baylor will take a peek over there. Comes a pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one.
Right down Broadway. This Jackson County team seems like they swing early.
Yes.
Early pitches.
Yeah, they're looking to get out on top of things early on in these at-bats. 0-1. He'll throw over to first and just keep him honest. Runner will get back.
Perfect baseball weather today.
Absolutely. You have opening day in the majors and then the All-A championship here. Comes the 0-1. It's in there. Caught that outside corner. It's going to be 0-2. Pitchers count. 0-2. Runners off. It's in there. Strike three, and he strikes him out looking. The Green Dragons give up a hit, but they'll have their at-bat. 0-0 is the score. We'll be right back here in the bottom of the first inning on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back. Bottom of the first inning here. 0-0 is the score. Up first for the Green Dragons will be number 1, the pitcher, Baylor Varn.
Very efficient first inning of work for him.
As that first pitch paints the outside corner, strike one.
Ball had some nice movement on it.
Ashton Clemens on the mound today for the Generals. 0-1 coming to Baylor. Swung on. That's going to be hit out of play. Foul ball. I'll make it a pitcher's count 0-2.
Bounces over to the railroad tracks.
Oh-2 pitch coming to Baylor. Swing and a miss. Strike three. He goes down on 3 pitches. And next up will be the catcher for the Green Dragons, number 13, Brody Owens. Brody batting .385 on the year for the Green Dragons, one of the most efficient guys at the plate. First pitch goes high. Ball one.
Ball's got a little pop on it.
One out. It's in there. Strike one. One.
Tell you what, that pitcher's working quickly.
Yeah, that was a little high on outside. It looks like, Mark, if you see me from your perspective, it looks like he's trying to paint the outside of the plate a lot.
Definitely trying to hit that edge.
He gets that one.
Yeah. I think the last one was just a bit high. He's trying to get him reaching.
Here comes the 2-2. Swung on. It's hit on the ground over to short. Shortstop fields it, throws it over to first, and he got him. That'll make it 2 down. They'll bring up third hitter for the Green Dragons, the shortstop, number 2, Eli Fryer. Eli having a heck of a year, 444 at the plate this year. First pitch, high, ball 1.
You know, a stat that I found astounding, they've played 5 games, counting the scrimmage. He's been hit by pitch 4 times.
1-0 is in there on the outside, makes it 1-1. One on the way. Swung and a miss. Took some heat off of that one. Off speed pitch, and it makes it 1-2. Clemens trying to go 1-2-3. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball 2.
Moves it 2-2.
Looking to get the call, didn't get it. Eli battles back here. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit right to the shortstop. He's right there, and the Green Dragons go 1-2-3. We'll be right back. It's 0-0 here in the middle of the first inning here on 105.1 WTUK Green Dragon Radio. Welcome back. Top of the second, 0-0 score. First pitch, low, ball 1. It is now Davin Seals at the plate, the third baseman for Jackson County. 1-0. Pitch on coming. Off-speed pitch is in there. Strike one. Nice pitch by Varner. Jackson County trying to get some runners on. They got one guy on last inning. Swung on, foul tip, back behind the plate. Strike two.
I feel like both pitchers are working
They are
really quick.
Yeah, they are. No wasted time here for either of these guys on the mound.
It's almost like the majors, like they have that clock going.
Yeah, yeah. 1-2 coming. High and outside, ball number 2. Mark, do you think that, you've been around baseball, you've watched a lot of baseball, working quickly, does that help them find their groove?
Early in the season, I feel like it does because it helps them get into a rhythm early.
As Varner takes some off of it, and that is strike 3 looking.
That was a nice breaking ball by him. I really feel like it does, especially early in the season, like I was saying, because, the longer the season goes, they have to slow down because their bodies are getting tired.
Yeah.
And I think early in the season, it just helps them stay in the rhythm.
Next up will be number 5.
Jackson Lakes. Second baseman fouls it back and scares me a little.
I'm completely lost.
Yeah, it's they had Elijah Summers down on this roster, but it is Jackson Lakes. That's who it is.
Jackson Lakes, number 5. One down, top of the second, regardless. Pitch coming, it's hit in the air.
It's a mile in the air.
Yeah. Brody Owens gets under it, and that will be out number 2 in foul territory. So 2 down quickly for the Generals, and that will bring up number 14, Jonathan Roark.
I think it's 0-0.
0-0.
Matic
And
Vaughn.
anything that I tell you here about numbers, just completely disregard what I'm saying.
We're good. We'll get it figured out.
Maybe.
I had to go through and look at the names, and then I said when they come to the plate, I'll figure out there's numbers. That was a little bit outside for Vaughn.
Okay, yeah. All right, strike one, swing and a miss.
Hater.
One coming, swung on, hit foul, back behind the plate. One-two count. And Baylor is looking to go 1-2-3 here in this inning. 1-2 pitch coming. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and it's 1-2-3 for the Generals. We're in the middle of the second inning here. It's 0-0. We'll be right back here in the All-A Championship on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back here, bottom of the second inning. 0-0 is a score here in the All-A Championship. Only one hit in the game so far, and that came in the top of the first inning for Jackson County.
By their pitcher,
yes.
Of all people.
Up now for the Green Dragons will be the center fielder, number 7, Jackson Perry. First pitch coming to Jackson. In there, strike 1.
Perry's just one of those kids. He's just an athlete.
Yep.
Plays every sport there is about it.
We were on the basketball court about 2 weeks ago, and now Jackson's batting fourth for the Green Dragons. Ball outside, 1-1.
Good kid, too.
Yep. 1-1 to JP. Swung on, it's hit on the ground over to the shortstop. Shortstop fields it. Throw over to first is in time, and that'll be out number 1. Shortstop getting a lot of action so far here.
On both sides.
Yeah. Up next for the Green Dragons will be the first baseman, number 30, Landon Myers. Landon with some very colorful gear here.
You can spot him in the lineup, that's for sure. It looks like he got a little pop behind that bat, too.
First pitch to Landon. It's in there, strike 1.
Got 4 RBIs on the season.
Man, Clemens is just throwing strikes.
He's just daring you to swing.
0-1. Swing on a miss, strike 2.
And like I said, he's wasting no time.
No time.
I think this is the fastest inning and a half I've ever been a part of.
Landon looks like he's trying to slow him down a little bit, make him think about some things.
Not a bad idea right now.
Because Clemens is in a groove. 0-2 to Landon. Let's see if the pause makes him think any. Pitch coming. Outside, ball 1. One, two's the count. Pitch coming. Swung on, hit right back at us. We'll stay 1-2. Did you notice even when Landon called time right there, even on the delivery, Clemens was a little bit slower?
Yeah. So maybe he is making him think a little bit. He knows what he's doing. That's one thing I think I love about baseball. It's like a chess match.
Yeah.
It's
got to get guys out of rhythm here.
Yes.
1-2 coming. Take a little bit longer on the delivery here again. Swung and a miss. Strike 3. Nothing doing there.
The ball just broke down and outside of the zone. He'd already broke on it. Nothing he could do there.
Next up for the Green Dragons will be number 24, Caden Jackson. Looking to get the first hit of the game here for the Green Dragons in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Caden will stand in. First pitch coming. It's in there, strike 1.
I tell you what, not only is he working fast, like he hits the zone.
He does, yeah. He's just throwing strikes, man. 0-1 coming. Ball high. 1-1.
Is that kind of like the jinx from the foul line?
Yeah.
You get basketball.
Yeah. Trying my best to. 1-1 coming. Swung on, hit foul.
High.
Back behind us. Cover your heads. And
there was a truck coming through right at that time. That was close.
Yeah. 1-2.
Back in there waiting.
Caden looking to hang in there. 1-2 pitch coming. Way high.
That came right at me. I ducked. I'm not going to.
Right at us. Yeah.
Kerrigan getting a kick out of that.
Yeah, way to go.
My reflexes are slow.
2-2. Caden staying alive. Here comes the 2-2.
Ooh, another one.
It's high and inside. That'll be ball 3.
I don't know that I'm liking where we're sitting there.
Yeah.
I'm flinching an awful lot tonight. I'm going to go home with the shakes.
I was trying to be tough and not flinch, but I flinched on that one.
It's going to happen.
Full count. Caden Jackson is battled back. 3-2, 2 outs. Pitch coming. Swing on to the miss. Strike number 3. And the Green Dragons go 1, 2, 3 here in the bottom of the 2nd. It's still 0-0. And we'll come back here for the top of the 3rd inning on 105.1 WTUK Green Dragon Radio. Welcome back. Top of the third inning, 0-0 is the score here in the All-A championship game. Both these pitchers dealing, and I don't mean that as a jinx, so if that were to change, I'm not taking blame for that.
Varner has 3 strikeouts, and as does Clemens.
First pitch in, it's going to be a bunt right to the pitcher. Pop out, and that will be out number 1.
That was Jamison Roark, the catcher, number 12.
Jamison Roark, okay. Way off here.
Right fielder Tansen Truitt coming up now. He's going to square the bunt and about takes out the front row of coaches over there in Harlan's dugout.
One hit all Jackson County has this evening. That's the only hit of the game. Truitt will step back in, 0-1 count. Varner will look in. Here comes the 0-1. Outside. That's going to be ball number 1.
Didn't square the bunt on that one.
1-1 come. Swung on. Oh, and he felt that off his leg.
Whew. That hurts.
Yeah. Hit it. But you know what? Good sell job by him. He was ready to run.
Yeah, oh, man. That made my shin hurt.
1-2 is the count here for Truitt. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike number 3.
4th strikeout.
Next up will be White Dunn.
I think it's Sparks back up, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, he's the first baseman.
Okay.
Well, they got a DH for him.
Sparks grounded out in his first plate appearance. 2 down here for Jackson County quickly. First pitch to Sparks. It's outside, ball number 1. Comes a 1-0. Little high, ball number 2. You know, one of the things that these pitchers have done a really good job at tonight is they've stayed ahead in the count. This is the first time that the batters gotten ahead in the count against Varner tonight.
Thought Owens did a good job framing that one, but they didn't bite. 0-3.
Hitters,
I'm sorry, 3-0. The count.
Hitters count 3-0. He goes a strike in there, 3-1.
Not trying to paint anything there, right down Broadway.
Sparks was taking the whole way there. 3-1 pitch coming. Swing and a miss, strike 2. We're at full count now. Varner has battled back. Varner looking to go 1-2-3 here in the top of the third inning. Pitch coming. And that's going to be hit over into foul territory, and it's going to stay foul and get down. That will be stay here to full count, 3-2. Good job by Varner battling back. 2 down. 0-0 is the score. Here comes the 3-2. Swung on, hit again, foul. Now to play. That may hit my truck.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I parked where I did. I was about to park over there, and I said, better not.
I parked right over there, so if my window was busted out, I'll have a fun ride home this evening.
You'll stay cool.
3-2 pitch coming again. Foul again. And this
Sparks staying alive.
This is a very good at bat here. We have a duel. 3-2. 2 outs. Top of the third. Baylor takes a second. Peers in. Throws a pitch. Off speed. Strike number 3. The Generals go 1-2-3 again. We're to the middle of the third inning. It's 0-0 here in the All-A Championship on 105.1 WTUK. Middle of the third inning, we are back. It is 0-0 as the score. Now up for the Green Dragons will be number 20, Chris Rouse.
Left fielder for the Dragons.
Green Dragons do not have a hit yet in this game.
He's rocking that Johnny Damon hair. I like it.
First pitch coming.
Ooh,
inside. Chris stands in there. 1-0 count. Clemens has been dealing thus far. Here comes a 1-0. Checks the swing. Doesn't go, and it's a hitter's count, 2-0.
That was a good hold-up by him right there because I'd have probably chased that one. He's painted that outside corner a lot tonight.
3-0, and now Chris Rouse way ahead. Green Dragons a chance to get their first base runner of the evening. I'm taking the whole way here. 3-0 pitch coming. Inside. It called strike, 3-1. Here we go, 3-1 pitch. Chris Rouse hits it hard and rips it past the third baseman down the left field line. It's going to go all the way to the fence. Chris Rouse has two. It's going to stay there, and it's a double for number 20.
Nice hit for that young man right there.
Chris Rouse got ahead in that at bat, 3-0. Gets a strike and then rips one down the left field line. Nice job of hitting there by number 20. The Green Dragons have a runner in scoring position, and they are in business here in the bottom of the third with Braxton Bowen coming up.
It's perfect. It's what you want. You know, not been able to get anything going. You got a leadoff double, no outs.
Here we go. First pitch coming to Bowen. He's showing bunt. Ball goes behind the catcher. Chris Rouse going to third. Throws in there, and it is late. And Chris Rouse is over to third on that pass ball. So, wild pitch.
I jumped again. That one came right at me, though, in my defense. Bowen had I think him squaring the bunt right there kind of threw him off.
Runner on third, nobody out. 1-0 count to Braxton Bowen. He's going to show bunt again. He gets it down. It goes right back to the pitcher. Chris Rouse going home. The throw is there, and he is out. Man, unfortunate turn of events there for the Green Dragons.
Still got a runner on first. Tried the little suicide squeeze, as you call it.
That'll go down as a fielder's choice, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
So one down, runner on first for the Green Dragons. It'll be Jake Brewer, the second baseman, coming up here for the Green Dragons. That was a big out for Clemens.
It really was.
They'll throw over, and they get him. Bowen just wasn't paying attention. Throw over, and they get him at first. And it's the Green Dragons go from being on third with no outs to 2 outs pretty quickly. First pitch outside there to Brewer, 1-0.
That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, just 1-0. Ball's hit back and out of play. Is that going to hit the school bus? It will not.
Hit the tracks.
1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way. That's high, ball 2. That's one of those times with Clemens, you don't know, the way he's pitching right now. 2-1 pitch coming. Foul back out of play. How many opportunities you're going to get against him with the way that he's really found a rhythm. So that's a missed opportunity for the Green Dragons.
Absolutely.
2-2. Comes the pitch to Brewer. It's high. We go full, 3-2. Three-two pitch coming. Swing and a miss. Strike number 3. Green Dragons threatened, but couldn't get a run across the plate. And we go to the 4th inning. It's still 0-0 here in the All-A Championship here on 105.1 WTUK Green Dragon Radio. Welcome back, top of the fourth inning. It is still 0-0 here in the All-A Championship. It'll be number 13, Elijah Thomas, coming up to bat. It's been a quick one so far, Mark.
Yeah. Shortstop popped out to the right fielder in his first at bat.
My bad, sorry.
You were all right, sir. We talked about it there in the break. I can't believe how fast this game has moved.
Yeah. No, it's went quickly. Both pitchers have pitched really well. Just consistently throwing strikes.
No wasted movement.
Yeah, no.
It's just straight to the plate.
And that's one of these games where, it's obvious so far it could change, but so far, you're looking at 0-0. So any little thing that happens can sway this thing one way or another. And if you've got to take your opportunities when you get them.
Yep.
First pitch coming. In there, strike one. Good pitch by Baylor. 0-1. On the way. Swung on, hit in the air, out to deep left field. That's curving, and it's going to go foul.
And he got every bit of it.
Yeah, he tagged it.
Almost sent it out of the park.
But it goes foul. He was on top of that one.
Those are always sad as a hitter because it's just a long out. Or a long strike. That's all it is.
So 0-2 count here for Thomas.
I can't believe how that ball carried.
Right.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't expect it to carry like that.
Looks like the wind's blowing out to left field now. 0-2. Little high, ball number one. One, two, on the way from Baylor Varner. Swing and a miss, strike number 3. And Baylor Varner gets things off here in the fourth inning with a strikeout.
6th strikeout on the evening.
That'll bring up number 3, Ashton Clemens, the pitcher. The only hit that the Generals have this evening. First pitch is in there, strike 1.
The breaking ball is nasty.
Comes the 0-1 from Baylor. Swung on. It's hit on the ground over to short. Eli's there. Bobbles it. Can't come up with it. And Ashton Clemens will be on. That'll go down as an E6 for the Green Dragons. And Clemens is on for the second time today. That'll bring up number 6, Dylan Gate. Struck out his last plate appearance. Baylor threw over to first there, but Clemens gets back. Goes over again. That one was a little bit closer. Clemens has to dive back in there. Landon Myers is arguing that.
Saying the foot was off the bag?
Yeah. They're trying to keep Clemens honest over there at first. Clemens is a pretty sizable lead. We'll throw over again. Ooh, it was close. Throws over for the 3rd consecutive time. 1 down, 0-0 score here in the top of the 4th. Pitch coming, a little bit high. Ball 1, Brody fakes the throw over to first. Obviously, they're worried about Clemens' speed. Clemens will get a lead again. Varner peers over there. Pitch coming. 1-0. It's high. Ball number 2. Wind has really picked up here.
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to rain quite a bit tomorrow, right?
It is. Yeah. It is. Two 0 coming. Swung on a miss. Strike 1. Brody throws it back over to first. Clemens gets back 2-1. Baylor throws it over to first. Again, Clemens gets back.
Pretty good pickoff move there
Yeah.
from Varner.
Pitch coming 2-1. Outside, ball 3. And now Varner going to have to get out of this one. See if he throws over again. Nope. 3-1. Swung on, hit hard, center field. That's going to get down. Jackson Perry gets there, but that's going to be a single for Gay. And now the Generals have 2 runners on with 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. That'll bring up Davin Seals. He struck out his last at bat, 0 for 1. That ball was tagged.
It really was.
1 out. Runner on first and second. Varner pitching out of the stretch here.
I think at this point, with the runners on first and second, put a lot of focus in there just on the hitter.
Yep.
You've done well getting them out. Just keep your focus there. Squared the bunt and took it back.
Yeah, still showed bunt. Landon Myers playing in on that first base line here. 1-0 coming. That's high, ball number 2. It's the first time that we've seen Varner not hit the strike zone. He's thrown a lot of strikes tonight. His pitch count's a little bit higher in this inning. 2-0 coming. Low and in the dirt, ball 3.
I'd say at this point he's almost threw as many pitches in this inning as he had the rest of the game.
Yeah.
He's been very efficient.
Seals will be taken all the way here, I would assume. 3-0 count. 2 on, 1 out here for the Generals. Comes a 3-0. It's in there, strike 1. He threw the off-speed pitch, and it was there.
Seals thought he had the walk. Painted that outside corner.
Here comes the 3-1. Strike 2, swing and a miss. So Varner battles back. Now we have a full count with 1 out.
It's a good battle back for Varner right there.
Would be huge to get an out here. Batter will call for time. Baylor was peering back at Clemens. He was looking at him.
Seals worked him to a 2-2 count last time before he struck out in the 2nd inning, and now he's worked a full count here. Steps out again.
Yeah, Baylor will step off. Little chess match here at this at bat. Here we go. 3-2, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Here comes the pitch. It's high. Ball 4. So now the bases are loaded here for the Generals, and that'll bring up number 5, Jackson Lakes.
He had a pop out in the 2nd inning.
So now, Green Dragons threatened their last time at the plates. The Generals got out of it. Now let's see that the Green Dragons can do the same. Bases loaded. 1 out. Here comes the first pitch. It is in there. Strike 1. Nice pitch. Breaking ball. 0-1. Comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike number 2. He chased that one.
That was good concentration right there from Varner, because down there at first base you had Clemens, who was breaking like he was coming home.
Yeah. 0-2. Baylor needing an out. A strikeout would go a long way here. 0-2 pitch coming. It's in there. Strike 3 looking. And that is out number 2. A huge moment there for Baylor Varner as he gets the 2nd out of the inning on the strikeout.
That was a nice breaking ball.
That's going to bring up Maddox Vaughn. Bases still loaded, 2 outs. Vaughn struck out his last time up.
DH 00 looks like he's got a little pop in his bat as well.
Here we go. First pitch coming from Baylor. Swung on and missed. Strike number 1. Baylor's back to throwing strikes again.
If he works out of this jam, you got to like his confidence moving forward.
Absolutely. Here comes the 0-1. High ball number 1.
Love to see his 8th strikeout right here.
Here comes the 1-1. Swung and a miss. Strike number 2.
Nice pitch.
1-2 count. 1 strike away from getting out of a bases loaded jam. As the dugout gets fired up for the Green Dragons. Here comes the 1-2. It is high. Ball number 2.
That looked like it got away from him when he released it.
Yeah, he worked quickly right there. Here we go. 2-2. 2 outs. 0-0 is the score. Bases loaded for Jackson County. Baylor gets his pitch. Here it comes. Swung and a miss. Strike number 3. And back-to-back strikeouts to get out of the jam. It's the middle of the 4th inning, and 0-0 is still the score here in the All-A Championship. We'll be right back on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back here. Bottom of the 4th inning. Baylor Varner's going to come up to the plate after getting out of a huge jam in that last inning on the mound. First pitch coming to Baylor. It is in there, strike 1. Baylor has a strikeout on the evening.
Hoping he can help himself out here a little bit with the bat.
0-1. A little bit outside, ball 1. That was close. 1-1 count for Baylor. Baylor will ask for time. You can see how quickly Clemens is working, man.
Like, you got to call timeout to get breath.
Here comes the 1-1. Swung on, hit foul back out of play.
He's got that little hitch in his pitch as well, where his leg kind of.
But it's only sometimes.
Yep. So it's got to be a certain pitch.
Yeah, it's interesting. He didn't have it there.
Nope.
1-2 is low.
I wonder if it's his fastball
2-2
that he does it on. Because that was a breaking ball.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Here comes a 2-2. Nice.
Hit.
That's going to be hit over the shortstop's head. A liner, and that's going all the way back to the wall. Baylor's rounding first, going 2. He might go 3. Baylor's rounding second, and he'll go back to second, but it is a double for number one, does it on the mound, and then does it at the plate. There's a runner in scoring position for the Green Dragons here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
So here you go. You start out right in the same position you were in at the beginning of the third inning.
Yes.
And let's see what they can get going here. See, and you're at the top of your lineup, too. Makes it even better. I think Varner was going to try for 3 because he thought the ball got away from him, but that was a good job by the center fielder to get on it.
Brody Owens will be at the plate now for the Green Dragons. First baseman coming in like there's going to be a bunt.
Are they doing a pinch runner maybe for Varner?
Let's see. Baylor will go over and talk to
I think he may be getting
Coach
a
Fryer.
glove or something for sliding or whatever. Maybe. Couldn't tell. Giving him his batting gloves. I did see that.
Let's see how aggressive Baylor is in the base paths. Runner on second. Here we go. First pitch to Brody is high, ball 1.
Harlan dugout's coming alive now.
Comes a 1-0. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Had some heat on it.
Brody was going after that one. 1-1 coming. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
It's a little bit outside. That's just a good pitch right there.
Yeah. 1-2. That's high.
Calling time. I don't know what's going on. I can't tell if that's like a fire truck, an EMS truck. I can't tell what that is out there. Fire chief out in right field got his lights on. Well, they called time. I'm not sure what's going on. They're going to send both teams to the benches while they see what's going on, and we're going to take a quick break while this is going on. We'll be back here on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 105.1 WTUK. After a long delay, we'll get more into that here in just a moment. We are back where we started. Same pitcher is on the mound for Jackson County. That is Ashton Clemens. So you kind of wonder how this is going to affect the pitchers. They were really rolling, and you wonder what's going to happen. Right now, Brody Owens has a 2-2 count. Harlan does have Varner down at second base. He had led off the inning with a double. Here comes the pitch. Fouled off down the right side over to the visitor dugout. Great cut right there from Owens, getting a piece of that. Owens steps back into the box. Clemens looking in. Checks the runner, comes to the plate high, and Owens swings. Going to get him on that high fastball. That's so hard to lay off of if you're a good hitter. If they get that high fastball, you just cannot lay off. So that's going to be the first out of the inning. Still have Varner down there at second base. You got Eli Fryer coming to the plate. Good hitter. First pitch to him is nailed right in the gap over second base. That's going to get Varner to the plate. Here comes the throw. It's very high. Varner's going to hold up. I think if he'd have kept coming, he would have been all right, but probably better safe than sorry. So that's going to have Varner down at third. You've got Fryer at second. That would probably be ruled a single and then advance to second on the throw. People are yelling 6-7. I hear it all day teaching. All right, so we got runners at second and third, one out in the inning, and that's going to bring up Jackson Perry. First pitch to Perry, swing and a miss. A little bit outside. He got him to chase it.
This will be Perry's second at-bat. He struck out on the first one.
That one's a little bit outside. That one almost got away from the catcher. That could have played it a run, so evens it up at 1-1. That is Mr. Sean Burnett on the other headset for right now with me. Mr. Williams had to step away for a moment. That pitch is high. Oh,
that came right at your head, Mark.
I jumped. I'm not going to lie. I puckered. It was scary. So that's going to be another ball, and that one came back to the catcher so quickly that there was no way to get down the base path for Varner. 2-1 the count now. There's the pitch, high again, and it was swung on by Perry. Like I said, those high fastballs hard to lay off of.
Got runners on second and third. Varner on third. He's threatening to come in. I'd say one gets away, he's coming.
Here comes the pitch outside, and that's going to make it a full count. Full count. Runners still at second and third. You got Fryer setting on second. You got Varner over at third. One hit away from breaking this one open. That one's called strike three right down Broadway, so that's going to 2 strikeouts now in the inning for Clemens, so the layoff there did not really affect his arm. I mean, I guess with a last name like Clemens, you got to be a good pitcher.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's in the blood. It's in the name.
Runner still at second and third. Myers now at the plate. High pitch.
A hit right there.
Yeah, he really did. A little chin music right there. Backs him off the plate. That's going to be ball one. Steps back in. Clemens still working fast from that mound. That one's popped up and out of play. That went in the direction of my car. A little nervous, but hey, we'll find out later. That's why you got insurance. 1-1 the count. There's the pitch.
Good
hit to left field, and the left fielder broke in, but he's able to run it down. Like he broke the wrong way first, but that was a huge grab right there by the left fielder. Saved 2 runs from plating. And once again, the Green Dragons threaten, but it's still tied up 0-0 here at the All-A Championship game. And we're heading to the 5th inning. Real quick before we go away, I'm going to let Mr. Burnett go ahead and update you guys on the things that transpired that held us up.
So the reason we had to step away and we had such an extended delay, they actually landed a helicopter. This is a designated landing zone. They landed a helicopter here and flew a person out. The state police, we don't release names or anything like that, but the state police report says Kentucky State Police received a call at 6:40 p.m. of a vehicle versus pedestrian located on US 421 and West Central Street in downtown Harlan. For those that are not familiar, that is the red light where BP and Total Auto Service is on the bypass there. At this time, KSP can confirm one individual has been transported by EMS to Harlan Baseball Field. They were flown to Johnson City for medical treatment. KSP is continuing the investigation, and KSP was assisted at the scene by Harlan City Police Department. So it's a heartbreaking situation. A lot of prayers for the individual.
And there were a lot of rumors flying around that it had been a child. It was not a child.
It was not a
child.
child.
You know that. But heartbreaking nonetheless. Just be praying for all those involved. I can't even imagine.
And with that, we will be back for more baseball action for the top of the 5th inning.
Welcome back to 105.1 WTUK. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Going to be leading off with the catcher, Jamison Roark. Number 12, he had a pop out to the pitcher, tried to bunt it, popped out to the pitcher in his first at bat. So it looks like we got a time called there. I'm not sure what happened. I think Mr. Owens wasn't able to catch the call from the dugout. So back at it. Varner readies. Here comes the pitch. Right down Broadway, picking up where he left off. These students are cracking me up. It's so funny. All right. You got to love it when the students come out and support their team. You got to love it. 0-2 the count. Pitch is high and outside. Makes it 1-2. Ooh, high and inside. That's going to be ball 2. So 2-2 the count now. He's back into the batter's box. I'm cracking up. That pitch was a little bit inside, but they're saying it was foul tipped. So that'll be basically a strike. And I thought Owens caught it, so he'd be out. I'm not sure. It must have bounced. I think it bounced. Had to have. So Owens going to go out and talk to Varner. So the count's going to hold it 2-2.
Through the entire season, my microphone got turned off somehow. Through the entire season so far, Roark, who's at bat right now, he has had 13 plate appearances with no hits, no on bases, no walks, nothing.
But the scary thing with baseball, that can change with one swing of the bat.
Absolutely.
That's always the scary part. And I think it's huge for Varner if he can get this first out here in the 5th inning. That one breaks outside, going to go back. So good job here by Roark to work back to a full count. Ball broke too far outside. Foul ball, backing out of play.
That's
over by. It did hit a car, but luckily that was not mine. We're good. Steps back in. Staying alive is Mr. Roark at the plate. Here comes Varner with the pitch. Right down the middle, swung and missed, but it gets away from Owens. He runs it down, tries to throw it to first. He overthrows it. Good job backing him up, so that's going to get a base runner on. So that does go down as a strikeout, but it's not going to be an out in the inning. So I guess that'll go down E2. I'm telling you, I'm going to lose my composure laughing at these kids. They're cracking me up. I don't know if you guys can hear them over the headset, but I pray you can. That's all I'm saying, because they're cracking me up. That's going to bring up Truitt. He struck out in the third inning. Runner on first. He bunts. The bunt's popped up and out of play. Good job. Good hustle by Varner getting off that mound, trying to track that down. So that strike one, going to be 0-1 the count. All right, Truitt steps back in. Varner heading back to the mound.
This is going to be Truitt's second plate appearance. He had a strikeout on the first one.
Runner down at first. Varner checks the runner. Comes to the plate. Bunt attempt, going to be foul tip. That's going to be strike two.
Can't run on that one, bud.
Varner steps back on the mound. Truitt's setting to go back to the back in the box. Here comes the pitch from Varner. It is popped up high. It looks like Fryer's going to have a play on it from the shortstop position. So that's going to keep the runner at first, and that's going to bring up the top of the order now, and that is Michael Sparks, number 11. He's grounded out and struck out, 0 for 2 on the day so far. Throw over to first, pickoff attempt. Unsuccessful, but it did going to keep him honest. That's what they're going to have to do right there, because he does not want that runner to advance right here, especially now that you've rolled back over to the top of the order, because these are usually primarily your better hitters. That one's hit right back to Varner. He knocks it down. He gets it on the mound, throws over to first. He's able to get him out at first base. And I hope that Sparks is okay. He took a tumble. I don't know if he hit the bag weird or if maybe he stepped on the edge and rolled his ankle. Man, I hope he's all right. That hurts.
So top of the fifth, score still 0-0, 2 outs, runner on second.
So the ground out to the pitcher gets us the second out of the inning. So Varner trying to work out of trouble once again. Elijah Thomas at the plate. He popped out in the first, struck out in the fourth. These students are merciless. They're cracking me up. That pitch going to sell outside a little bit for ball one. Here's the next pitch. Once again, that high heat, man, it's hard to lay off of. He swings and misses. It's 1-1 now. I literally just had a parent message me and said, if that is my child yelling behind you, smack them.
Well, we don't rat out the fans and who it is.
No,
so.
I'm not going to say names.
But it might be your child, so.
Yeah, I've not even really looked because I'm afraid I'll bust out laughing. All right, Varner readies. Batter back into the box. Runner did steal second base. I hadn't even noticed that. That's going to be ball two. 2-1 the count. Varner checks the runner at second. Here comes the pitch. Right there on that outside corner. Good location right there for Varner. Varner does such a good job of painting those edges.
Hey, two-strike approach here, kid. Got the bat, son. Use it. His legs are shaking. He's scared.
Varner readies. Thomas waiting on the pitch. 2-2 count. That one's high, gets past the catcher.
That one
That's
came at
going to
me.
advance the runner to third. Full count.
So much pressure on the pitcher in a situation like this. Full count, 2 outs with a runner on third.
Yeah, both teams have been threatening, just not, early on, couldn't get a runner. Now they're getting base runners and just cannot get one of them home. Harlan has led off the last 2 innings with doubles and just unable to get that runner in. Time called as Owens heads out to talk to Varner. Varner comes to the plate. It gets away from the catcher, and Varner throws it, but he's safe. Yep, ball popped away, and that's going to get home number 12. Jamison Roark scores for the first run of the game, and that ball 4 is going to get Thomas to first base. And that's going to bring up Ashton Clemens. He had a double he had a single back in the first inning. Reached on an error in the 4th. Varner readies. Popped up out of play, back toward my car again. That one went a little farther. It worries me, but I didn't hear no glass break. We're good. What's going to happen? I'm going to go walk to my car after the game. There's going to be little dimples all over it.
May sit down, look up, and go, I don't remember leaving my sunroof open.
Oh, wait, I didn't have a sunroof. 0-1 the count. That one's lifted high out to left field. It's carrying. Got us back at the fence. Oh, and we dropped the ball. They're going to get it in quickly. Coming to the plate with the ball. Runner's going to score.
That ball was about a foot away from being over the fence.
It was. So Clemens gave it a ride, and he's going to get a double out of it. Probably going to go down as an E7 because I thought he had it tracked. I thought we were going to catch that one.
Yeah. And it was in his glove, to be fair.
It was
just
popped out.
Came out.
So that brings home Elijah Thomas. Here comes the pitch. This is Dylan Gay, the left fielder, at the plate. He struck out and he singled. 1 for 2 on the day. Runner still at second base, so they still have a runner in scoring position. Here's the pitch. Right down Broadway, strike 1. Counts 1-1. All this has happened with 2 outs in the inning. Here comes the pitch. It's high, but swung on and missed, so that's going to be strike 2. Varner checks the runner. 1-2 count. Looks to the plate. Here he comes. Struck him out. And that's how we're going to end this inning. But General's able to do a little damage. It's 2-0 as we head to the bottom of 5. We'll be back in just a moment here on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back to 105.1 WTUK. Caden Jackson coming to the plate here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Oh for 1 on the day, struck out in the second inning. Swing and a miss. Ball outside. 1-1 the count. Jackson steps back in there. Good job laying off that. That's really hard to lay off that high fastball, but good job by Jackson. 2-1 the count. Ball's low and outside, works a 3-1 count. Clemens having a little trouble finding that location that he had early on. Got to wonder if maybe that is due to the time off. That one's outside, ball 4. Good job by Caden Jackson right there, because this is what Harlan needs right now. They need base runners, and he was able to do that. So that's going to bring up Chris Rouse. He hit a double back in the top of the third inning. Was actually first one to really threaten with anything. Just couldn't get him in that inning. He's back up there. Comes the pitch from Clemens. That one was in there for strike 1. Throw over to first, not in time. Clemens heads back to the mound. Rouse ready at the plate. And the pitch swung on and fouled off by Rouse. Going to make it 0-2.
Rouse comes into this game with a .364 batting average over the season.
He put a good lick on that one back in the third.
He did.
Clemens sets, comes to the plate. Outside. Good eye by Rouse right there. It's really hard when you're down 0-2 to lay off a pitch. It really is. Well, it was for me, but I was horrible. So he readies. Looks to the plate. There's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Kind of got the elevation up on that fastball and able to get the timely strikeout right there. So 1 out in the inning. Jackson still down at first base. That's going to bring Bowen up to the plate. Bowen reached on a fielder's choice back in the third, then got picked off at first base. I didn't even really see what happened. I'd looked down to write down what had happened, and next thing I know, they said he was out. So I don't know if he stepped off the plate. What happened, really? Bowen at the plate. Swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Jackson leading off there at first. Here's the pitch. Good eye by Bowen. Lays off of it. It's going to make it 1-1. Clemens looks to the plate. Here comes the pitch. Got contact on that one. Lined it just foul over the home dugout.
That one went toward my truck, so
we're both going to have some emotional damage.
Yes.
Here comes the pitch from Clemens. Swing and a miss, going to get him with a strikeout. So Clemens has really buckled down here after allowing that leadoff walk. That's going to bring Jake Brewer to the plate. He worked a full count and then struck out there in the third inning. All it's going to take, Harlan's just got to get the floodgates open. Just get a couple base runners, couple hits, things can go your way. Ball's a little bit outside. Good eye by Brewer. Here comes the pitch. Inside, ball 2. Comes the pitch from Clemens, high and inside. That's going to be ball 3.
I think Clemens is getting a little bit tired. The pitches are getting.
Yeah, he's losing control of his breaking ball, I do believe. Pitch high, ball 4. So another walk is going to put 4-pitch walk. That is going to put Jackson down at second, and it's got Brewer down at first, and you're back to the top of your order. So here with Baylor Varner, he struck out in the first, but then in the 4th inning, he had a leadoff double. So that's 2 innings Harlan's had a leadoff double. He wants to make contact here and help himself out as the pitcher. You can help yourself out. Get a little ribeye right here. Get a rip on one of these. Throw back to second. That one was going to be close. I'm glad Jackson was able to get back on that one. I will say, Clemens has a pretty good pickoff. Checks second again, comes to the plate. Low, bounces away. Both runners are going to advance. So Jackson's now at third, and you've got Brewer at second. Now, here's the beauty of this now. 1 hit, and you can tie this thing up.
So we've got 2 runners in scoring position that could absolutely tie the game. We've got a batter up right now that comes into this game with a .333 batting average. He has had 5 hits, 4 singles, 1 double, and 5 runs this season.
Coach had a little meeting on the mound with his pitcher in the infield. Now, I'll tell you the hard part right now as well, Baylor being the pitcher for Harlan, he's wanting to get a hold of one right here.
Oh, yeah.
And he's wanting them to give him something to hit. The question is, are they going to give him something to hit? 1-0 the count. You're in the bottom of the 5th. Runners on second and third. Trailing by 2. Varner at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Inside. Ball 2.
Baylor showing a lot of control right there because that one
that gets in on your hands,
you want
to swing. That one's high and outside, ball 3. So I think maybe they talked about right there, let's not give him anything to really make contact with. There's a pitch. That one's outside. That's going to be ball 4. And so now you've got 3 ducks on the pond, bases loaded. 2 outs. You're trailing by 2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Coach going to come over and talk to the pitcher. Looks like he's going to take the pitcher off the mound, so Clemens' night appears to be done, and that's going to bring Brody Owens to the plate, and it looks like now pitching. Trying to see what number that is. That's number 13 going to be pitching now for Jackson.
Right.
And that is, I don't even see a number. Number 13, Elijah Thomas. He was playing short. Now pitching.
So here's your situation, Mark. You got the bases loaded right now, and you've got Brody Owens up to bat. Brody comes into this game in second place on this entire team, batting .412. So we just need a couple RBIs right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you just make contact, or even, watching the pitcher warm up here, having some location issues early. If you can work a walk, I mean, that's as good as gold right now because your job now is to get base runners in.
But if you look at this, he's got a brand new pitcher coming in. This pitcher is fresh.
Fresh arm.
He's going to be throwing hard. That's where your big hits come from, is from the hard pitches.
Yep. And Owens is definitely one that can make contact. I'm telling you, this lineup for Harlan, each one of them, I've seen them. They've got some pop in their bats.
Oh, yeah.
Solid contact. Owens going to trot down to third base, talk to the coach, talk to the runners about everything. So this is a very, very big moment here in this game. because now, Clemens is no longer on the mound. You've got the fresh arm of Thomas in there, which I'm sure he's very capable as well. But Clemens really pitched well tonight, worked himself out of several jams.
You got a lot of pressure on Brody coming up to bat, but you also got a lot of pressure on that pitcher out there. He's got 2 outs. He needs 3 pitches to put this inning out.
Yeah, he's desperately wanting that, because here's the thing. The one thing that doesn't affect him, like if runners are to score, that does not count against him. It goes against, the pitcher that came off. So he's trying to get in here and do his job and close things down, but Owens is trying to think otherwise. So we're back at it as Owens steps to the plate. Here comes the pitch. That's low, going to be ball 1. There's the pitch inside, ball 2. Next pitch, fouled back. Going to go to 2-1. Now, one thing I have noticed, this whole game, Varner and Clemens have been working that outside corner. Mm-hmm. It looks like, my little brother just mentioned to me, he must be watching. Hello, Michael. But he was talking about how this pitcher seems to work that inside corner. That's a pop-up heading towards center field. It's playable, and it's caught by the center fielder. And that's going to do it here in the bottom of the 5th. Harlan threatens with the bases loaded, unable to get one in. We'll be back in just a moment, and we'll head to inning number 6 here on 105.1 WTUK. back to 105.1 WTUK. So once again, Green Dragons threatened, just unable to get it across the plate. So we head to inning number 6. Varner still on the mound. He's pitched one heck of a game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 strikeout, 9 strikeouts for Varner in this one. Seals will be leading off here, the third baseman. Want to thank everyone out there for tuning in to Cats Chat last night that did. Our first time ever being on WTUK. We appreciate all you guys, everybody getting in the comments, talking to us. Me and my little brother Michael enjoy doing that. That pitch is in there for strike 1. Varner looks, comes to the plate. It was over Broadway, but just a little low, so it's going to be 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Ooh, high and inside. It's going to make it 2-1. That's what we like to call that chin music. Varner, a little bit outside, going to make it 3-1 now. So you wonder if maybe a little fatigue now starting to work on Varner as well. Seals steps back in there. He's walked and struck out. That pitch is right down Broadway. He swung on and fouled back, so that's going to make it a full count now. Here comes the pitch. High and outside, going to be ball 4, so they're going to lead this inning off with a base runner. I think Coach going to go out and talk to his pitcher for just a moment. So while this takes place, we'll take a quick break and be back here on 105.1 WTUK. Varner steps back on the mound. Runner at first. Top of the 6th inning, 2-0 Jackson County. Leading here in this All-A championship game. Varner comes to the plate. They square around to bunt. Good bunt right down the first baseline. First baseman picks it up, tags the base. But that will go down as a sacrifice. That was a pretty good bunt right there by Seals. I'm sorry, that was Jackson Lakes, not Seals. Pretty good bunt by him, so it goes down as a sac bunt. Advances Seals to second base now. So 1 out in the inning. So that's going to bring up Maddox Vaughn. He has struck out in the 2nd and the 4th inning. Varner to the plate. It's hit to the third baseman. He's going to field it. And he's going to throw to first. He gets the runner at first. Now they're trying to advance the runner to third, and they're going to get him at third.
Got him.
What a nice throw right there. Yeah, I was going to say, I was pretty sure they got him before he slid. That was a heck of a play right there. So that's going to go 5-1-6, because I do believe it was the shortstop that came back over and covered third base. So nice double play right there from the Green Dragons. They're going to look to go to work here in the bottom of the 6th here in just a moment on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back to 105.1 WTUK. Bottom of the sixth inning, going to lead off with the three-hole hitter, Eli Fryer, the shortstop. And I think I was wrong with that. Sean did mention that was Varner that went back over and covered third base. Here comes the pitch. Low. Be ball one.
Let's go, Biggie.
Want to know the count? Here comes the pitch. That's swung on and lifted high out to left center field. I'm pretty sure he got under. That was a good rundown right there by the left fielder because that ball stayed in the air forever. That's going to bring up number 7, Jackson Perry. I thought he was number 8. Look at me being wrong. Perry batting from that left side. Here comes the pitch. Right there on that corner, going to be strike one. Swung on, popped out of play.
That one hit the power line.
Okay, as long as it wasn't my car. I'm waiting for one to fly over and just catch it.
It was weird. It hit the power line and dropped right into a white Mitsubishi.
Oh, man.
With new tires.
Yeah, here comes the pitch. Hey, I did get new tires. There's another one going that way. That looks like that's going to make it to the football field. So, hanging tough is Perry. 2 strikes. 0-2. I've even noticed, even the new pitcher into the game, Elijah Thomas, another foul back. He works pretty fast, too, from the mound. Perry stands back into the plate. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Going to be strike 3. That's going to bring up Landon Myers. He gave one a ride earlier out to left field. That was when we had 2 runners on. We really thought that one was going to get down, but left fielder out there has made a couple of big plays here tonight for the Generals. Meyer steps in from the right side of the plate. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and drilled out to center field. The center fielder's moving over. Left fielder moving over as well. The center fielder has it. And that's going to do it here in the 6th inning. So one more inning to go. Harlan trails 2-0 here on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back to 105.1 WTUK as we head to the top of the 7th inning, 2-0. Jackson County leads. It's going to bring Roark to the plate. He scored that first run after walking and getting around the bases on a couple of errors.
That one was dangerously close to the camera, Mark.
Not my monkey, not my circus. I didn't pay. No, I'm just kidding. Jeff, I didn't say that. We will protect the camera at all costs. I'll jump up there if I need to. We'll throw Kerrigan at it to protect it. Next pitch, foul back again. Once again, very close to the camera. Okay, dude, I was just joking. We really don't want you to break the camera. 0-2 the count now.
Let's see. We've
hats off to Kerrigan and Sean running all this equipment, and the camera got a good spot on it. There's a ball. Going to even make the count 1-2. Oh, that one hits him.
that one was very close to the camera.
Right on the back of the helmet. Luckily, he's okay. I think Coach Fryer going to come out, maybe do a change. So this is how the inning when Jackson County scored started out, with Roark leading off and getting on first base with a walk. And so I think they're going to bring in, trying to see, you think they're going to pitch Owens? It looks like Owens is changing. I know he's not going to be catching now. I do know that. Not sure who's going to be pitching, but we'll figure that out when we get back here in the top of the 7th inning. We'll be back in just a moment here on 105.1 WTUK.
Microphone.
back to 105.1 WTUK. Brody Owens now on the mound for the Green Dragons. Truitt at the plate. Pitch gets away from the catcher. He's going to pick it up, but it will advance the runner. Roark trots on down to second base. So 1-0 the count here. Grant Shelton now behind the plate. Looks like they've shifted quite a few folks around out there in the field. Looks like Brewer's now at third base. Owens sets. Looks back at second. Throws back. Runner gets back. Owens looks in. Here's the pitch. Squared around to try to bunt. Going to be a foul tip. Going to be a strike. 1-1 going to be the count now. Comes the pitch. Tried to go for a bunt again. That pitch was low, and he's unable to make contact. It's going to make it 1-2 the count. Runner down at second base. No outs here in the inning. Jackson County looking to get a few insurance runs. Mr. Owens looking to shut them down. Pitch is low. Going to be ball two. Even things up at 2 apiece. 2-2. Owens checks the runner down at second. Comes to the plate. That one's high, and it gets away. Bounces off the backstop. Runner going to advance to third now. Full count now. Runner at third, no outs. Owens checks, sets, delivers. That one's lifted high out to left field. It's got a chance to get out of here. Nope, but it gets down right in the corner. That's going to be extra bases. So that's going to put Truitt down at second base with a double, and it's going to be an RBI double at that as he gets the runner Roark across the plate, and there's an insurance run for the Generals. And that's what you did not want to happen right there. That's really officially the first earned run I would bet for the Generals. And they're back to the top of the order now, still with no outs. Runner at second base. Checks the runner down at second. Comes to the plate. Bunt right back at me. I flinched again. Can't help it. Happens every time. Fouled back, so it's going to be 0-1. And it looks like Sparks is still limping a little bit from rolling that ankle earlier. Here comes the pitch from Owens. Right on the outside, just a bit outside. Going to even the count at 1-1. Here's the pitch inside, but got him to chase that one. It's going to be 1-2 now. Checks the runner at second, comes to the plate. Inside, ball two. 2-2 the count. Comes the pitch from Owens. Outside, ball 3. Full count now. Good eye by Sparks, able to work a full count after being down 1-2. Here comes the pitch from Owens. Foul tipped right into the glove, so that goes down as a strikeout for Owens. That's a big one right there. It's going to bring number 13, Elijah Thomas, to the plate. He has struck out, popped out, walked, and he scored. And that hits him right in the back. Ugh. So that's going to put him down at first base. Looked like a breaking ball that just kind of got away from Owens right there. That's going to bring up Ashton Clemens. He's hit the ball fairly well, had a single in the first, reached on an error in the fourth, and then reached on an error in the fifth as well. Made pretty good contact with the ball, though. Runners on first and second, one away, trailing 3-0 are the Green Dragons. That pitch fouled off. I'm pretty sure that was a foul tip, was it not?
It didn't look like he got it.
Okay, I thought he fouled it. So he did not, and the runners advance. You wonder if maybe they had a little hit and run on right there because the runners took off. So now the runners both in scoring position, only one away. One of your better hitters at the plate for the Generals. Checks the runners back. The pitcher going to call time, and Shelton going to go out and talk to him. Talking things out. Going to discuss strategy right here. Owen sets. Checks the runner at third. Comes the plate, right down Broadway, strike. Good pitch right there from Owen. Just reared back and took it to him. It's 0-2 now, the count. This could be a huge strikeout if he could get it here. Almost got him. That'll be a ball. 1-2 the count. One away. Runners at second and third. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit right down the third baseline. It took a bad hop, and it gets past the third baseman. And 2 runs are going to score. And that's 2 more insurance runs for the Generals. And that's going to put Clemens right back down at second base. I think that would have scored 1 run anyway. It was right down that line. That ball just took a funny hop. So 5-0, runner at second. Here comes the pitch. Breaks high. Dylan Gay at the plate, left fielder. He struck out twice and singled, 1 for 3 on the evening. Here's the pitch, low, ball 2. Ball gets away. Runner's going to advance to third. Ball 2. Or actually, that one was a strike. My bad. So 2-1 the count. Another swing and a miss. That's going to be 2-2, even things up. Strike 3. The strikeout of Gay. Going to give us 2 outs in the inning now and bring number 8, Davin Sills, to the plate. Third baseman is struck out, walked. And actually, he's walked twice. He was one of the ones thrown out in that double play earlier. Pitch from Owens in there, strike 1. Pitch outside, going to make it 1-2. Evens it up, 2-2 now. Pitch is high, going to work it to a full count. So good job to battle here by Sills after being in an 0-2 count. Runner still down at third, 2 away. You just want to close the door right here if you're Harlan. Here's the pitch, high, ball 4. It's 3 walks he's worked today. It's going to bring up Jackson Lakes. He's popped out, struck out, and had a sacrifice bunt. So officially 0 for 2 on the day. Runners on the corners now. Runner going to take second base, just kind of indifference from the Green Dragons. They're just going to focus on this hitter here. So that's a ball. Makes the count 1-0. That one's swung on and popped up over top of us. It's going to hit the bus.
It landed on the bus.
I knew it. I saw the trajectory, and I knew what was coming. 1-1 the count. Pretty sure that was his bus, too.
It was.
High. Going to make it 2-1. A little bit high.
He started to swing.
3-1. I mean, I would have. Anytime you get that high fastball, it's really hard not to swing. That one's in there for a strike. It's going to make it a full count now. Lakes took a step like he was going to head to first. Here's the payoff pitch. They're going to call it right on the outside corner for strike 3. So Jackson County sends 7 to the plate here in the top of the 7th inning, scoring 3 runs. And it's kind of crazy to think that happened because all 3 outs this inning were due to strikeouts. So we're heading to the bottom of the 7th. Harlan has 3 outs to go to try to get back in this one, trailing 5-0 here in the championship of the All-A tournament. We'll be Welcome back to 105.1 WTUK. 3 outs. Harlan still has them, and that's why you play them. Anything can happen. That's why I love the game of baseball. Caden Jackson steps in. He has 0 for 1, struck out and walked. That was called a strike there, first pitch. That one a little high, going to be 1-1, even the count. Swing and miss. Big cut by Caden right there. Is a good chop at it. 1-2 the count. Comes the pitch. Fouled back very close to the camera yet again. Kerrigan's heart just stopped for a moment. Jackson steps back in. Here's the windup. And the pitch. Low. Ball 2. Evens it up. 2-2. Here comes the pitch. And that one had some nasty movement on it, and it comes back over the plate for strike 3. That would have buckled me. There's no way I thought that ball was going to come back across the plate, but that was just a nasty pitch right there. It's going to bring up Chris Rouse, the left fielder. He has doubled and struck out, so 1 for 2 on the day. Here's the pitch. Going to be right on that outside corner, strike 1. That one's popped up, out of play. Going to make it an 0-2 count now. Oh and 2. 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th. Pitcher sets, comes to the mound. Ahmet comes to the plate. A little high for ball 1. Good eye right there by Rouse. Here comes the pitch. Inside, so that's going to be ball 2. Evens it up 2-2. So Rouse being patient, looking for his pitch, and that's what you got to do here. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and popped up. That one's high. And it hits down right behind the dugout. Out of play. Stays 2-2. Comes the pitch. High. Inside. That's going to make it a full count now. So good job by Rouse. He worked it back to a full count after being down 0-2. Here's the pitch. Low, and he did not swing. And I think he doesn't realize that they did call it no swing, so he trots down. That's what I like to see. You hustle down to first base. So it's going to be a walk. So a little one-out life here for the Green Dragons. Runner now down on first base. Braxton Bowen coming to the plate. Actually, that's Shelton coming to the plate. Bowen was the DH and Shelton was at third, but now that Shelton's in the catching position, he's coming to the plate. Ball low. 1-0 the count. Little chatter coming from that Green Dragon dugout. Swing and a miss by Shelton. Evens it up at 1-1. Makes it 1-2 now. Runner down at first. Rouse still second base. Runner in scoring position now. Checks the runner, comes to the plate. High, 3-2, another full count. Wind really starting to pick up here. There's the pitch, swing and a miss, got him. Strike 3, so now the Green Dragons down to their final 3 strikes. Jake Brewer coming to the plate. Runner down at second. Pitch to Brewer, low, ball 1. He was able to work a walk in his last at bat. Checks the runner at second, comes to the plate, swinging and a miss. Swing and a miss, bringing some heat now. It looks like he's just kind of trying to go after him. Green Dragons down to their final strike here. 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Jackson County able to get things done. They will advance on to the regional All-A tournament, or I guess they go on to the state, correct? Moving on to the state part of the All-A. So they win this one 5-0. We want to thank all of our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Don Super Saver. Thank you to Anderson Laws and Jones Funeral Home. Thank you to Baker's Tax Service, SEKRI, Southern Wholesale, Bobby Kreider for Harlan County Judge Executive, Reese Monument Company, Harlan Dental Clinic. Thank you to Fuel Co. for sponsoring our scoreboard, and thank you to Listen Be Law for sponsoring our player of the game. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to tell you who that is in just a moment here on 105.1 WTUK. Welcome back to 105.1 WTUK. They're going to do the presentation of the trophies here for the championship game here at Harlan. And we are going to make our Listen Be Law player of the game, Mr. Baylor Varner. I feel like he pitched a heck of a game. Also had that double. We had so many opportunities. Just could not get the runs across.
Yep. He did really good. He batted twice. He had 2 plate appearances. One was a hit, one was a walk. He had 1 strikeout. 2 at-bats, 3 plate appearances. On the pitching, he pitched 6 innings, and while he was pitching, there were 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, he pitched really well, I feel like a couple of errors here and there really kind of threw us off our game in that one inning when they were able to score. Mm-hmm. And you kind of wonder if maybe the long delay did affect them a little bit, just because I think everybody was just worried about what was going on. Just remember to keep praying for those folks and that family, and they're ready to present the trophies here. I'm just waiting to see. Looks like Coach Fryer talking to his team out there in left field. Just waiting to see what they're going to do here. So congratulations to Baylor Varner, our Listen Be Law player of the game. Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors: Don Super Saver, Anderson Laws and Jones Funeral Home, Baker's Tax Service, SCKRI, Southern Wholesale, Bobby Kreider. For Harlan County Judge Executive, Reese Monument Company, Harlan Dental Clinic, and Fuelco for sponsoring our scoreboard. And as we mentioned, Listen Be Law for sponsoring our player of the game. We really appreciate it. I love doing these games of the week. Love baseball. I'm glad baseball season is here. I have a lot of fun with it. And I want to thank you guys for listening in. And thank you to Jeff and Sean for allowing me to do this.
It's Jeff. It's all Jeff.
And thank you to Kerrigan for running all the equipment. We appreciate you guys so much. So it looks like there is going to be a little delay here for the presentation of the trophies. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here tonight. It's been a very long night. Like I mentioned, please pray for the injury to the victim that was hit on the bypass. Just be praying for them and the family right now. Last I heard, stable. So just keep praying. We love each and every one of you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Till next time, God bless.
This has been a production of Eastern Broadcasting.